Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management, as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing, becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are Post-Pandemic on Wetland Environmental Economies, Advancing Towards a More Sustainable and Resilient Future, Social Humanities, Green Economy, Enhancing Health Systems, Strengthening Human Security, Adoption of Digital Technologies, Accelerating Inclusive Digital Transformation, Accelerating Sectoral Recovery and Safeguarding Employment in Most Affected Sectors, Integrating Digital and Financial Ecosystem to Maintain Monetary and Financial Stability, Enlarging Investment to Empower the Informal Sector, Fiscal Reform to Strengthen National Economic Resilience. The International Seminar and International Symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topics from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world. Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which offer pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. The oldest faculty in Lambung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, The Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Sharia mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, accounting competency test place, certified accountant test place, taxation center, and center for accounting development. The vision of Lambung Mangkurat University is to realize Lambung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lambung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more. Lambung Mangkurat University proudly present the Second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The Second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management, as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing, becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are Post-Pandemic on Wetland Environmental Economies, Advancing Towards a More Sustainable and Resilient Future, Social Humanities, Green Economy, Enhancing Health Systems, Strengthening Human Security, Adoption of Digital Technologies, Accelerating Inclusive Digital Transformation, Accelerating Sectoral Recovery and Safeguarding Employment in Most Affected Sectors, Integrating Digital and Financial Ecosystem to Maintain Monetary and Financial Stability, Enlarging Investment to Empower the Informal Sector, Fiscal Reform to Strengthen National Economic Resilience. The International Seminar and International Symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topics from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world. Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which offer pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning. We are live from Banjarmasin, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. Warm welcome to the Honorable Rector and Vice Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Dean and Vice Dean of Economy and Business Faculty of Lambung Mangkurat University, Head of Center for Journal Management and Publishing of Lambung Mangkurat University, Chairman and all the member of the committee, invited speaker, all distinguished guests, participant, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second day of 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management. My name is Nirputra Ramadhani. I will be your host for today, and it's very nice to see all of you in our second day. We have productive and inspiring time yesterday with our 3 invited speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, today we will have 3 more insightful discussion with 3 invited speakers. The first is Professor Stephen Yong-Sung Park from Kyunghee University, Korea. And the second is Dr. Muhammad Rudiansa MKes SPPD, KGH Finasim from Lambung Mangkurat University. And the third is Mr. Galang Lupityanto, MPC PhD from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia. But before we start our main event for today, I would like to introduce you to our moderator for today. Okay, let me read his curriculum vitae. He's a lecturer, Department of Medical Surgical Nursing. He also head of Corporation and Public Relation Unit Faculty of Medicine, Lambung Mangkurat University. He earned his doctoral degree from Faculty of Nursing, Khon Kaen University, Thailand. He already published 33 articles in national and international journals. He also a chairman of Indonesia Medical Surgical Nursing Association of South Kalimantan. And 20 honors and awards have been received nationally and internationally. Okay, that was his curriculum vitae, a brief introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, give a warm welcome to Mr. Agianto Eskep, Nurse, MNS, PhD.
Wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the MCs for your introduction, brief of my CV. And today is our second day of the 7th International Symposium on Wetland Environmental Management 2021. And we still have 3 invited speakers in this morning. So the first speaker, it will be presented by Professor Stephen Yong-Sung Park. The professor is come from Kyunghee University, Korea, and he will address the topic about advancing toward a more sustainable and resilient future. Before we invite the professor to join us and share his knowledge and experience, I'd like to read his CV first. All right. Our invited speaker today is Professor Stephen Yong-Sung Park. He comes from Seoul, Korea. And then about the educational background, for Bachelor for Business Administration, he graduated from Sogong University, Seoul, Korea. And for the Master as well as PhD program, for the Master about Industrial Relations, and for the PhD, in Human Resources and Industrial Relations. Both of programs graduated from the University of Minnesota, USA. We can see here for the academic experience, he is a director in Institute for Peace Truth Commerce, Kyung-hee University, School of Management, Seoul, Korea, and the Dean of Office of International Affairs, the Dean of Office of University Relations, and also experience as the professor at School of Management, Kyung-hee University, Seoul. So there are many selected academic journal publication, and this is the latest publication of the professor published in Logos Management Review, Asian Journal of Business Ethics, as well as Journal of Korean Management Education. And for his professional affiliations, as the board member in the Korean Association of Industrial and Labor Relations, and then board member in Korean Association of Human Resource Management, as well as Korean Business Communication Associations, and also as judicial member at Korean Central Labor Relation Board, and permanent committee member, as well as associate fellow. So this is the brief curriculum vitae of our first invited speaker today. Hello, good morning, Professor.
Hi, good morning. Salam alaikum. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you well. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Greeting from South Kalimantan, Banjarmasin, Professor. I'm Agianto. I'm a moderator for this session in this morning.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome, Professor. And this morning, we have you as our invited speaker, and you will deliver your experience, your knowledge about advancing toward a more sustainable and resilient future. This is very excited topic that we want to learn more about this topic from your experience, of course.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'd like to remind you that you will have 10 minutes presentation, and after that we can continue for discussion about 15 minutes after your presentations.
I see.
All
okay.
right.
Okay.
All right. Now you can present your topic today about this topic, and you have time an hour for this presentation before we continue the next session. Please, Professor, time is yours.
Okay, so before I go on, let me be clear. So do I have 10 minutes for presentation or 1 hour for presentation?
Yes, 1 hour or 60 minutes.
60 minutes for presentation.
Yeah, 60 minutes or 1 hour.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me share my screen here first. Okay, thank you so much for introducing me. Again, I'm Professor Park from Korea, and it's very nice, and actually it's an honor to be a part of this very important event. So for this 1 hour that I've been given, I would like to share my thoughts with you on that the higher educational institutions is now facing a very important era. It's a very transformational, transitional era. And oftentimes many people call it era of new civilization. And especially we are witnessing that with this unprecedented non-traditional security crisis, even security crisis, such as COVID-19. So for the next 60 minutes or so, okay, everything okay now?
Yes, Professor,
Okay,
everything
all
is
right.
okay. You can continue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So for the next 60 minutes or so, I would like to talk about the what's going on in the universities around the world. So, as I said, many people call it new civilization, and in this new world, we might want to have a new paradigm of or new way of looking at the world. So my presentation will take three major parts. The first, I would like to share my thoughts with you on what's going on around the world. Okay? What's going on around the world? That's the seeing part. I think seeing, watching, right? What's going on is important. And then I will move to judging part. Okay? Based on the things around us, we need to make discerning judgment to go for the right direction, right? So for this judging portion, I would like to talk about emerging new role of higher educational institutions in the era of this civilizational transformation, okay? And then finally, acting part, okay? What can be done? What actions might be taken, especially from us as university professors, right? So this seeing, judging, acting, these three major portions will be the kind of the primary the parts of my presentations. And then if time available, I would like to go over some of the examples that I can share with you from my own university, right? In terms of this changing era and what can be done as a university and what have been done on our campus and so on and so forth, right? So this will be my presentation. And then I'll wrap up my presentation with some epilogue. Okay, all right. So the before I begin, as I move into my presentation, I think especially in this turbulent era, COVID-19, obviously, it's the most drastic example about this. But I mean, more and more, it's very important to think about the root, to think about the original mission or ontological purpose of our organization. And Albert Einstein once said, no problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. So as we are facing with the unprecedented kind of problem at hand, we need, sort of, paradigm shift. But again, that kind of paradigm shift might start with deeply reflecting on the question of who we are. And your beautiful institution, LMU, Lambung Mangkurat University, has the original mission saying, I found this from Wikipedia, by the way, I hope it is correct, and founded in the year of 1958 with a beautiful mission statement, Waza Sampai Kaputing. I think it's a beautiful meaning, Never stop exploring the truth, right? Finding out the truth. Never stop exploration and keep learning till you find the ultimate truth, something like that, I guess. So I think I'm business professor, but not only just for the, by the way, in business, we are witnessing drastic changes in business or capitalism per se, but in every field, I think. If you take a look at international politics, and if you take a look at any given disciplinary studies within our university, any given major field, we are witnessing, I think, a drastic paradigm shift from old way of looking at the world to new way of looking at the world, from old paradigm to new paradigm. And even many people call that kind of shift as transcendence, right? It is totally different level, right? And from my analysis, if I can summarize what's going on from the old paradigm to new paradigm, it can be boiled down to this kind of list, I guess. Maybe this list is not complete, but if I can share with you on this, from old paradigm, shift from old paradigm of looking at only parts to the whole. Shift from ego to finding true self and accepting community and be in harmony with ecological system, natural environment. Shift from fear to love. Shift from dependence to independence and interdependence. Shift from objective science to process of learning. Shift from hypothesis testing to divine mysteries. Shift from productivity to creativity. Shift from efficiency to justice and sustainability. Shift from data analysis to storytelling. Shift from function to design. And for us educators, of course, shift from learning to know to learning to be. This is drastic change, don't you think, right? So actually, this is not from me, but from UNESCO report on future education. An old-fashioned paradigm, it's all about, or industrial era paradigm of education, like factory-like education. It's all about learning to know and learning to do. It's like a manual-driven kind of educational system. But in this new world, we need to look at the new world with the new education, paradigm of new education, and that is education of learning to be and learning to live together. So from mechanistic worldview to ecological worldview, to finding yourself, who you are, and let you accept your true self and accept others and be in harmony with natural environmental system. So education should address that kind of conversion of mindset. I think this is very critical part. Well, I was educated mostly in Western style education system, but many people criticize now that this modernity or industrial era based kind of the educational system or reductionistic approach to analyzing, dissect everything into the smallest possible particles and so on and so forth. Will it be effective in this time of transcendence? Okay. And it's interesting to note that Lao Tzu, famous Chinese philosopher, some 2,500 years ago already said that the best way to do is to be. So maybe we got to think about, maybe it's high time for us to reflect upon the genuine mission at our hands as educators of today's turbulent time. Okay, the scene part is a little bit more about the scene part, observing what's going on kind of part. Well, this sustainability, the word sustainability, actually the word sustainability first came to the international world like during the 80s, only 80s, or sometime during the 70s when Club of Rome first published their report on limits to growth. But anyway, sustainability came to a fashion, right? Even fashion, sometime after 2000 and drastically after 2015 when UN adopted this UN SDGs goal agenda. But if you take a look at this sustainability issue, well, obviously this climate change, biological diversity issue, and geology issue, natural resources, exploitation of natural resources issue, these are all, huge crisis issue, natural ecological sustainability issue. And UN now declared that this climate change and pandemic and these kind of problems can be regarded as non-traditional security crisis, right? And many people note that traditional international order, world order, right? Like which is symbolized by UN Security Council, that doesn't solve anything, right? So we require a new paradigm in terms of world order, international politics, and so on and so forth. But it is not the subject of my talk. But anyway, this environmental ecological problem, sustainability, it's a huge problem, It's life and death problem. But if you take a look at this more thoroughly, it is very connected with the socio-ecological problem, societal inequality, economic disparity, politics, international relations, which I just mentioned. The poor gets more poorer and the rich gets even richer. And part-time workers, contingent workforces, stratification even among the labor class. These are all the problems which many people agree that society in this way will not sustainable. But this social crisis, unstable, the crisis in terms of social ecology, the social inequality problem, and so on and so forth, is exactly related with the environmental crisis, right? If you take a look at Syria problem, it's not just a politics problem, it's also the environmental crisis. And this social crisis generate the environmental crisis. Only profit-oriented companies will generate environmental problems. Discriminated people will not much care about the environment. This kind of connection here. But the most difficult and most, I think, serious ecological problem arises at the dimension of humanity ourselves, I guess. I call it human ecology. With all the development, the capitalism, with all this development, with the globalization, scientific findings, and so on and so forth, what about us as a humanity, right? Are we living a happy life? This kind of question. Are we finding who you are in everyday lives at our work and political arena and so on and so forth? This ontological purpose question, right? And if you are not a healthy person in terms of, this human ecology, you will be easy. It will be easy for you to discriminate against other people in community, right? And it will be easy for you as a person who lose who you are, right? Who lost who you are, will just don't care about the environment and more participating in the throwaway kind of culture, throwaway cups, and you know what I'm saying, right? This unconscious behavior. Even throwaway employee, right? Throwaway employee, just like a throwaway cup at the cafe. Throwaway employee is just a part-time employee, right? So all this is connection there, right? So it's not a separate compartment in terms of ecological issues. Rather, it's all connected. And in my understanding, and I think many agree on me, I guess, but it all starts with human ourselves. It all starts with humanity, right? The human ecology. So we need to live a healthy life, fulfilled life, conscious life, right? But current system, current economic system, current political system just don't let us do that, right? And I think that that's the cause of the problem, and there lies the very mission of education today. Because our job is to cultivate young men and women to become responsible leaders tomorrow. So I just prepared a little, short video file, which lasts only about 5 minutes. It's available from YouTube, and I think it's very, nicely symbolically portrays the image of coronavirus. Coronavirus is kind of byproduct of all of the interconnected ecological crisis, right? Which starts with the question of human ecology, So let's, if it's okay, please allow me to share this video clip with you, and then I will go on my presentation. So coronavirus for the almost now 2 years, it's the emergent. I mean the crisis, right? Emergency crisis. But maybe this could be a chance, opportunities to reflect upon the very root of the old crisis, the interconnected or integral crisis, a natural crisis, interconnected with social crisis, and also human crisis. And also, I know this is popular in Indonesia as well, but why whole world is so cheerful about this drama, Netflix drama? I think, in my understanding, I watched the whole series myself too, but I think my personal interpretation of this popularity of this particular series is that more and more people emphasize with the kind of the system that we've created under the name of capitalism and so on and so forth, right? So capitalism, it's all about, it turned out to be, well, actually, when Adam Smith wrote his book, some 18th centuries, 1776, he published his book, Wealth of Nations. The capitalism he kind of visualized was not kind of capitalism that we are witnessing today. It's a life and death kind of a zero-sum, self-destructive kind of game. So it's good chance for us for reflection, right? To seeing what's going on around the world. This Time magazine cover, once, I think this is during the last year when COVID was very high concern, became a high concern for the people and so on, and toward the end of last year, this is interesting, the data. Thanks to COVID-19, unlike many other tragic events associated with this pandemic, but thanks to COVID-19, people just start staying at home, right? People start to having less noisy life, So Beijing air became clearer, and Venice. They have in Italy, they have clear water and so on and so forth, right? So if you take a look at CO2 emission, this top line is the CO2 emission, it was dropped by 7%. Then the trend, the last minute, the actual figure, 2020, 2020, CO2, the emission rate has dropped by 7%. So what that means is, if a human being, do something, right? If humanity take action, we can kind of, the change the trend, right? So many people are pessimistic about the future, but if we understand what's going on, and if we make a good judgment, and if we take action, we can do something, right? So that's the sign, I think, and that's what COVID is teaching us. So if I can share more about my thoughts on what has been going on with this this system for the last 200 years or so, under the name of capitalism and modernity and so on. Well, many people start believing that technology will solve everything, right? So technocracy. Well, I'm talking about some kind of negative side of all this. So too much reliance on materialism and technical efficiency, what sounds good and make us a good life, but it has a huge shadow, right? Like a Squid Game kind of competition and so on. Another kind of the kind of side effect that we produced under the name of capitalism was that cultural relativism, postmodern kind of fashion, postmodern fashion or relativism, cultural relativism. Okay, so I believe something and you believe something, that's okay. So let me living in that way. So don't touch me in this kind of and that mentality, right? So people start having views like pertaining indifference on universal value or purpose, right? So universal human value, such as compassion, love, communitarian value, something like that. So it's a big loss, I think the reason why the drama like Squid Game became a so big hit all around the world is, from my interpretation, is that people start thinking what's going on and what is the kind of value we should be looking at, right? Is it supposed to be a life and death game? Or is it a realistic reality that we cannot but choosing? There might be some other way, okay? And also Anthropocene, So it's too much about humanity's dominance over the world, exploitation of natural resources. So, well, it's okay that human became, the master of the whole world and enjoy, exploiting the resources and enjoying our humanity only side kind of a self-interest, but it turned out to be a sustainability crisis, right? So that's the problem. So Anthropocene. Actually, all the religious teaching kind of they make humanity human is a very special existence, and the mission of the humanity is to till the world and also keep the world, right? For example, Christianity, it is the mission, grand mission of human being. But maybe human being has been too much with only about this stealing side and not keeping side, right? Okay, so all these problems, well, no one intended to create these problems, but we more or less we tend to look at this kind of phenomenon in the trend in the modern society. So it turned out to become a human identity crisis. People start having the so-called divided worldview. Me and you, it's divided. Me and nature, it's divided. Even me and myself, it's divided. So it's about ecological divide, social divide, spiritual divide. And the byproducts, again, it's all about consumerism, social inequality, ecological crisis, and so on and so forth. So how can we solve all these problems? That's the topic, right? So again, I mean, going back to my original, conviction, especially when we are moving into this kind of time of crisis, it's very complex crisis, and so on. So especially for the time like this, I think what we need is to think about this kind of epicizing kind of journey. Where do we come from? What are we? Where are we going? This Paul Gauguin painting, he says, he writes these 3 sentences here, right? And this big painting, we are invited to look at this painting from the right-hand side to left-hand side, right? From baby, living a life, and passing away. So it's a epic kind of question. I think it's very important to be conscious about this kind of question: who we are, and where are we from, and where are we going? So this whole graph, I published a paper on this subject last year, and this figure summarizes my point here. Okay, if you take a look at the vertical axis, it's about the integral ecological problem that I mentioned, right? Starts with human ecology and society and nature. And this horizontal axis is about kind of ideal state that we are looking at. And I abbreviated it with these three letters, BAR. B stands for spiritually beautiful. A stands for materially abundant. R means humanly rewarding. By the way, this BAR is the mission of our university. So anyway, are we able to go in this direction while keeping the sustainability of the ecological system? So what we are looking at for now is this Anthropocene world, divided worldview, ecosystem, all these problems that I just mentioned, is kind of racing to the bottom. And we are reaching at the limit. And again, COVID and maybe Squid Game as well, I mean, represent that, or alerting people that we are reaching at the limit. So we are at the point of bifurcation. Either we break through so that we can go into the right direction, or we break down. But still, the beauty of all this is that we have a choice. We have a choice. And that choice can be led by universities. Because this shift, I mean, at this juncture, either breakthrough or breakdown, what is basically needed is about the human consciousness, humans awakening from the divided worldview to integrated worldview. And this integrated worldview starts with accepting who you are. It starts from human ecology. You got to understand, accept who you are, where you're from, and where are you going. Each and every our students and each and every members of our universities. And then our university as an organization, who we are, where are we going, so on and so forth, this kind of question. So new paradigm of education, a new paradigm of management of organization is necessary. I think this is the most critical part. Because this transformational change, our mission of completing this challenging, university people, will make this happen, breakthrough, or not. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me share this screen. How can we do this, learning to be? Well, when it comes to learning to be, I can take many different references, but as we all know, psychology of being. He's the father of positive psychology, right? And he once mentioned that human needs, the ultimate level of human needs, is something we call self-actualization. That's what he called being need. So I think education today is kind of education which address this level, right? Students, this level of needs fulfilled during his learning experience. And if you take a look at the list, by the way, this list is from the book, and this is kind of psychological characteristics of self-actualization or being need fulfilled. And it's very interesting. For those who are self-actualized, for those who are fulfilled with being need, learning to be, they are more likely to accept themselves and accept others and accept nature. That's what we need to solve the problem of integral ecology. And also, quite interestingly, well, his original paper published during even early 20th century, but he mentioned about creativity. Only those who are self-actualized or fulfilled with being need can be creative. You know, me as a business professor, this is very interesting finding, you know, because more and more companies are concerned with this very question. How can we make our employees creative? You know, creativity is different from innovation. Creativity is different level, right? So anyway, I mean, how can we do this? I mean, how can we produce this experience for our students, you know? So I say that, I suggest that as a kind of concluding part of my presentation, this is acting part. I think three important factors are there in order to transform ourselves, transform our universities. First, it's about people. Obviously, that starts with professors. Well, non-academic staff members are also important, of course. But education, it's all about, you know, boiling down to professors. So professors' consciousness, okay? And then we need to develop all different kinds of creative pedagogical methodology to fulfill this. But there might be whole different ways of doing that, like a Minerva University, hybrid, you know, teaching, or flipped learning, problem-based learning, whatever. But the important thing is conscious professors. Conscious means always asking the question of who you are and so on and so forth. Conscious professors, with the help of conscious non-academic staff members of the universities, will create creative pedagogical methodologies. And especially that kind of creativity will be necessary, especially for this so-called post-COVID-19 era, you know. It'll be a huge challenge for every universities around the world. And then, finally, factor number 3, I think this is the important part. We need to have different kind of, you know, paradigm in managing. This is management issue, you know, I'm management professor, but this is organizational management issue. We need to have a different kind of paradigm for the management of universities. I know that, I mean, including your university, we are very concerned with world ranking and so on and so forth, and evaluation system and accreditation and so on and so forth. But I think we need more than that, you know, especially for this kind of things to make happen, you know. I think more and more, you know, business management or even, you know, non-business organizational management, such as management of higher education institutions, we need to treat organization as a living thing, not mechanic, you know, entity, mechanistic entity, living thing. What is a living thing? What is the definition of living thing? This is a very famous biologist by the name of Maturana and Varela. They are Chilean. They say that living entity is the entity or organization which creates its journey. That's the concept of autopoiesis, Self-creation. Self-creation, it's about evolution and learning, and it's different from mechanistic control. So this is a very challenging point, but the future higher education institutions, in order to kind of touch on the issues that I've been talking about so far, you need to make yourself as a living entity. But again, I mean, if you read the Asian philosophy, it's already said there. If you read this the book called Juo, or in Korean pronunciation we call it Juyok, but in Chinese pronunciation Juo. It's this very profound book. It's actually Korean national flag is they designed after this, but it says that conscious leader will have no rest to strengthen himself to go on his journey, taking lessons from the coherent order of cosmos. So it's all about being in harmony, inside of me and outside of me, and even universal, the cosmic system. To be in harmony is critical. And that's another dimension of a living entity, He's a very famous system scientist by the name of Dr. Erwin Laszlo. And he has been delivering many important speeches around the world these days, especially with this pandemic crisis, and how can we move into the better future, and so on and so forth. So his theme is creating a better world with a new paradigm. Okay, we need a new paradigm. And that paradigm is boiled down to holistic, ecological, spiritual worldview. And in order to break through this bifurcation point, power and potential of human spirit should be recovered. And that can be done by reconnecting to the source. Okay, and every organization, again, has a great mission of establishing your own university or my own university. By the way, my own university was created in 2014, just before the Korean War. And the founder of our university has a great mission of creating a peaceful world with all this, the turbulent environment surrounding the Korean Peninsula. And right after his creation of the university, the Korean War actually broke out. But anyway, so our university has such a dedicated purpose of creating peaceful world through education. And I know that by looking at the mission statement that I read from the only portion of the presentation, your university has your own mission, I guess. So reconnecting to your own source, you might find out your own agenda to lead the whole world into the better future with your own authentic and creative solutions or strategies.
Hey, Professor. Excuse me, Professor. Your time is 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So, again, the whole perspective is system thinking. So, system thinking is necessary in order to make all this happen. So, again, this question is always important: question of who you are, and question of impact. Question, right? Are we making right footsteps? So purpose is more important, and process matters, and people. It's people anyway, right? So again, I'm very poor in managing time here. So let's see. Okay, so basically what I wanted to do is to share my university's experience with all this, but I'm sure that I don't have enough time. So the thing is, with this foundational spirit, we try our very best to keep going on, following the mission and core values of our university, and with this, the surrounding, right? What's going on around the world, right? This events surrounding us, and figuring out what should be done following our mission. Okay. So again, this is Maslow's book on management, and he once said that it seems very clear to me that in an enterprise, if everybody concerned with absolutely clear about goals and directives of the purpose of organization, practically all other questions then become simply technical questions to fitting means to the ends. So let me conclude my presentation with this quote. T.S. Eliot once said, "We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time." Thank you. Thank you for your listening. And sorry about my poor management of time.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your sharing. It's very valuable and knowledgeable. Now we will have Q&A session, Professor, and we already have 2 questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
So the first question from Ibu Melawati, this come from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, and he asks you, and the question is, what is your opinion about the success of the SDGs in dealing with environmental issues? Is still relevant to the current condition? That's the question from Ibu Melawati, Professor.
Oh, I see. That's very good question and difficult question. It is difficult question because it's a very complicated issue. I mean, setting the goals about this environmental crisis and sustainability will be the complex issue. Lots of international politics and so on and so forth, on top of the already complex scientific findings and so on and so forth. So that's a very challenging question, I think. But anyway, the SDGs have some agenda related with the environment, and obviously that will help, I guess. But does it help enough? I don't have a clear answer for that. But the only answer that I can give at this moment may be this. I mean, this very word sustainability, again, I mean, I mentioned about the 70s and 80s, some conscious scholars of those era and political leaders start thinking about this issue, right? Sustainability, because then globalization, expansion, and so on and so forth. So no one actually cared about the word sustainability, but obviously it's a very vivid crisis for all of us. But still, sustainability is kind of a negative concept. By negative concept, I mean, it's about just to survive, right? But if we even, go beyond this concept of sustainability, it's more than just survive. It's just more than maintenance. We got to think about, we got to creatively figure out the way to make system abundant and flourishing. So 2030, the SDGs will end up. And I think beyond SDG, whole humanity start looking at the way of making the system abundant, not just maintaining the survival of all the the members of the system. You know what I'm saying. So I think so when you make the view from negative system to positive system, it is no longer a monitoring system. It is more about voluntary system. So I don't know if that is the realistic enough for the current international relations or world order, but I think that is the kind of the future of humanity we should look at. So that's my answer. Thank you for your good question.
Yes, thank you very much your answer, Professor. Actually, we have 15 minutes for Q&A session, and now we still have 10 minutes for Q&A sessions. Thank you very much. And I do believe that the participant has a lot of questions for Professor Stefan, because the interesting topic for your presentation today. And we also have the second question for Professor. The question is come from Ibu Nelly Norosofwati. She's also from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Her question is, what is your solution for development to be more sustainable and resilient recovery after COVID-19? Yeah, you can answer it, Professor.
Yeah, and thank you for this beautiful Korean words. Thank you. Terima kasih. Yeah, so the presentation, I wanted to suggest that the human level, right? Human level kind of a shift of the mindset. That mindset, again, I mean, from the mechanistic worldview, divided worldview, and now we need to change the mindset, convert the mindset, transform into the new mindset, and that is more inclusive, more taking care of others, and so-called integrated worldview, ecological sort of conversion, right? So in order to make a future sustainable and resilient, and my version of the word is flourishing, I think that kind of a human consciousness kind of revolution is necessary part, okay? So how can we make the world a better place? Well, you can look at the government, you can look at the business leader and NGO leader and whatever, and so on and so forth. But I think somehow it starts with you, right? Each and every person, their mindset and their changing, I mean, the worldview will be the solid basis for the transformation of all this. And but of course, leaders should be responsible, leaders should be responsible. So that's the reason why I'm very much interested in management education, For example, in our university, we teach not just management, but we teach responsible management. So we teach our students to become a responsible, ethical, and sustainability concerned kind of business leaders for tomorrow. So again, I mean, leadership is important, political leadership is important, and so on and so forth. But the interesting thing is the future world, thanks to all this technological breakthrough, many people call it fourth industrial revolution technologies, whatever it might be called, AI, blockchain, and metaverse, and 3D printer, Internet of Things, and so on and so forth, will make whole world become more sort of democratic world. Common people will have more power. I don't know how can I don't know if I put in this in a persuasive manner, but anyway, the future world will be different. International order, world order. For example, I just mentioned about that, right? During my presentation, UN now views this pandemic as a non-traditional security crisis, and more people realize that, well, the superpower anchored kind of UN Council, UN Security Council kind of system will not work very effectively, right? Especially in this kind of new crisis. So we require new world order. And what do you think? What do you think is the new world order will look like? Obvious thing is it's different from today's like monitoring and control by superpowers and so on and so forth, right? So what I'm saying here is, yes, we need to figure out the systemic leadership level kind of change, but I think the ordinary people, common people, with the capacity of collaboration and awakening, thanks to fourth industrial revolution technologies, will make a world which is different from today. So for that said, educating each and every our students to be awakened to their own lifetime mission and make them conscious persons, learning to be, is very important, more than ever. Thank you. It's a good question.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, the all participants, because we have the limitation time, so I can read for the last question. This is the third question, and we still have about 4 minutes left. And the question is come from Ibu Laila Reviana Said. She is from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, and she also like to know to you, Professor. The question is, as academics, and especially within the business field, how can we manage to have responsible management education while we face ecological and social challenges? And at the same time, the pandemic has brought us economic loss. So that's the question, the last question for you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Said, Laila Said. Hi, how are you? Thank you for the question. And obviously I'm a business professor, and particularly I'm interested in business education and so on. And again, all the methodology issue, it is still important, but more important is, again, how can we make business students to become a responsible leader, in a sense that they believe the kind of a new paradigm of running business. I think this is the critical part, right? So every year I teach university freshmen, those freshmen who enter into my department, the engineering department, and when I ask them, what do you think is the purpose of business? Well, that's an easy question, right? So they easily answer that, well, it's all about profit maximization. Then I ask them, well, do human beings cannot live without making enough red blood cell, it's blood. But do you think human being lives in order to make red blood cells? So then students a little bit think more about all this. So anyway, for example, Davos Forum last year, they accepted the declaration, Davos Declaration 2020, and under the title of so-called Universal Purpose of Cooperation. And they declared that purpose of cooperation should transcend mere profit maximization. This is very drastic, agenda for business students. because they study very hard to enter into the university during their high school student days and so on. So how can we change? How can we invite our students to transform their worldview so that they can overcome the current system and create better system than today? And again, I mean, the drama like a Squid Game will make a lot for many people around us, problems at hand with us with this current system of the current version of capitalism. So as a business professor myself for the last decade or so, we as a business faculty in our department, we joined the UN movement. UN also has some movement platform for so-called responsible management education. We are the founding member of this group. And also, again, I mean, as I said, we changed our, the class name from the regular, management to responsible management, and we try to make our students to experience a whole different experience. For example, I skipped this slide. I once brought my students to the vocational school built by a major Korean company, together with the Indonesian government, of this kind of place. So experiential learning is a very important part of all this. And so anyway, the important thing is don't forget about your purpose, and don't forget about the future paradigm to emerge. And one by one, we can prepare. So as Abraham Maslow said, it's no problem. I mean, all the means will be no problem. But the important thing is don't forget your purpose. I think that's important. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. So we already have the end of this session for the discussion. May I conclude this the first session from you that in this situation we have new paradigm of higher education in the era of new capitalization in COVID-19, and it impact on social ecology, human ecology, as well as environmental ecology. And I love so much of the for the video, Professor, the corona virus letter to the humanity. They say that I'm here to awaken you, not punish you. So I love this statement so much from the COVID-19 letter. All right, Professor, on behalf of the committee of this event, as well as Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, we would like to thank you so much for you, because we are having you today. You already deliver the valuable and knowledgeable topics for us in these events. Thank you very much, Professor, and good morning.
Good morning. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are still have the second invited speaker in this event for the second day of the International Symposium on Wetland Environmental Management. For our second invited speaker is Dr. M. Rudiansah, MKes SPPD KGH Finasim, and he will give us knowledge and also his experience about impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the health system in coastal Kalimantan community. So of course, our second speaker is come from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, and he will share about his experience during this pandemic era. This is also a very interesting topic for us. And I'd like to invite our second invited speaker, Dr. Muhammad Rudiansah, MKes SPPD KGH Finasim. Please welcome Doctor. All right, now I sit here with the second invited speaker. Good morning, Dr. Rudiansah. Thank you very much, Doctor. Now we are having you today for the second topic in this our events. Before he deliver his topics, I'd like to read his CV first. His name is Dr. Muhammad Rudiansah, MKes SPPD KGH Finasim, and he works in Division of Nephrology and Hypertension, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, as well as joined in Ulin General Hospital, Banjarmasin, Indonesia. And his education background for bachelor, master, and doctor specialist for internist specialist graduated from Universitas Gajah Mada, Yogyakarta. And for the consultant specialist as well as the PhD, he graduated from Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Padjadjaran Bandung, Indonesia. He got a SIG award and honor since last year, doctor, and the first honor and award from higher education for your research in high quality impact, as well as got the award from the Faculty of Medicines for copyrights and the textbook, as well as the International Publication Journal. And the doctor also has grant and fellowship during 2020-2021, and the latest publication in this year, 2021, doctor, at the Macedonian Journal of Medical Sciences, and also the second two articles published in International Journal of Pharmaceutical Research. And today, you will deliver to us about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the health system in coastal Kalimantan community. This is a very interesting topic because we just have the lower level of the COVID-19 situation. Yeah. Before that, we cannot do anything situation in that situation, including not only in the university level, but also in the healthcare service and also social activities, doctor. All right, doctor, you have 1 hour or 60 minutes for your presentation, and after that we can continue for discussion in 50 minutes. Okay. Thank you. Time is yours, doctor.
Okay. My name is Muhammad Rudiansah, Banjarmasin. So I want to about effect of effect of COVID-19 pandemic on health system coastal Kalimantan community. So the COVID-19 we know COVID-19 in December 2019 is a novel coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, previously known as 2019 nCoV, that caused a series of cases of acute respiratory syndrome in humans that was first reported in Wuhan, China. The infectious disease caused by this novel coronavirus has been named COVID-19. So, coronavirus a family of viruses that can cause disease in animals and humans, have purposely caused two major outbreaks. The first is SARS, Charcot respiratory syndrome in 2003, and MERS, Middle East respiratory syndrome in 2012. This is the timeline of COVID-19. The first time, December 31st, 2019, and WHO said about a pandemic, global pandemic, and April 10th, the global deaths due to COVID-19 is the top 100,000. COVID-19 is the great imitator. What effect does it bring, especially the group of the people who are exposed to it? We know the main form of transmission is now considered human-to-human transmission. Transmission occurs from the respiratory droplets spread through sneezing and coughing. The most common source of infection in people with symptoms, but people who remain without symptoms may also transmit the virus. Main symptom of the COVID-19 is a fever, cold, difficult to breathe, and the others is headache, sneezing, and the other sign is a various clinical spectrum from asymptomatic until septic shock or the severe, like acute respiratory distress syndrome or RDS, and multi-organ dysfunction. Most of the patients develop some symptoms include fever, fatigue, dry cough, and diarrhea. Based on the severity of the presentation, the disease may be classified into mild, moderate, severe, and critical. You can see the picture. Patients with some comorbidities have a higher case fatality. These comorbidities like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, respiratory disease, hypertension, oncological complication, and kidney problem, and the other else. For the diagnosis to COVID-19, the WHO recommends collecting samples from the upper and lower respiratory tracts. The samples can be collected through expectorated sputum, bronchoalveolar lavage, or endotracheal aspirate. The samples are examined using the polymerase chain reaction or PCR for viral RNA. How about the management of COVID-19? So, includes the isolation as the most effective method for COVID-19 prevention. There are no specific antiviral treatment till now, although the world has to develop the drug, but it's not available yet. And the vaccine or two. The first COVID-19 treatment includes symptom care and oxygen therapy. The preventive method must focus on infection control protocols optimization, self-isolation, patient isolation during the outbreak, avoiding close contact with patient and animal, especially domestic and wild. To help prevent aerosol transmission, patient and the general public must cover coughs and sneeze. So if you cough or sneeze, you must use the mask or handkerchief. Personal hygiene is very important. Hand washing with soap and water is required as an alternative approach. Like a hand sanitizer may also be used. Patients with the immunocompromised condition are recommended to avoid public gathering, like a party and the others. Healthcare provider needs to use personal protective equipment such as a glove and 95 masks, eye protection, and gowns. Emergency medicine department needs to have hygiene procedures for a control of infection. This is the graph about the confirmed case COVID-19 and the death per 1 million population. You can show that the cumulative tests per million over 80,000 and the confirmed case million only lower than 20,000. So we know this is the depend on the test in the people. How about the in South Kalimantan? South Kalimantan in the 4th October and the 23rd October is no different like about this graph, yeah. So you can see in the 4th October, we can see the 69 people is positive, and the 23rd October is not different. 69,000 positive confirmed. So the case is laid on in the about the 3 weeks. Yeah. Okay. You can see that this the graphic laid on and the 4th October. Again. How about the district and city in South Kalimantan last 14 days, about 12th September until 4th October. So we can see the district and city have a risk level low. So I think this is the time we have a relaxation about the pandemic. But don't avoid. We must warn about the spread about the COVID-19. Now, how about the effect of COVID-19 in economic condition in Kalimantan? Irresponsible parties took an advance and the moment of the COVID-19 outbreak to get a lot of benefit for individual and groups. Yeah, we know that, but there's some about the other hand, the globes rise up 30%, a bronze rise up 166%, and wow, the mass is rise 1,000%. So it is maybe I think about the one of the benefit for the group. Okay. How about the financial COVID-19 stressor? The most affected is the number of the employed. So many people has no job because the company has terminated the workers for reason of operational cost efficiency, decreasing demand for goods and services. Yes. And compliance of implementing of the health protocol, we can see in the district of South Kalimantan about mask wearing and the social distancing. We can see that the increasing about the discipline of mask wearing and social distancing. In the last week, the lowest compliant indicators for wearing mask is Kota Baru, and the other hand, Balangan. And the weekly compliance level of social distancing and Kota Baru again at the lowest and the very low compliance. So I think this is because the Kota Baru is the district is far away from the city of Banjarmasin. So we can see the mobility trends in population South Kalimantan about one month, September and October. You can see the stay at home is decreased, but the other hand is increased, like daily needs, retail and recreation, public transport, office, and the other is increased. So the people feel that the activity go like before. So the stay at home is decreased. How about the distribution of 3T, testing, tracing, and treatment in South Kalimantan? We can see that the testing have decreased, but tracing is increased. So the treatment bed occupancy is decreased. So this is mean that the patient confirmed of COVID-19 is decreased in the last time again. That about the 3rd October 2020. This is the distribution of percentage positive rate in 13 district city. You can see that the testing positive rate percentage, treatment bed occupancy rate percentage. So we can see that the level of the highest is Kota Baru about the treatment or bed occupancy rate percentage. Why? Because I think they have a little bed in the hospital, so the occupancy is very, very high. Okay. The vaccination coverage in South Kalimantan is more little. So this is the cause about why the Kalimantan or Banjarmasin still have a PPKM level 4 because about the vaccination coverage, not the confirmed case. This is different, yeah. Because we see the confirmed case is very, very low, but about the vaccination coverage is low too. So we just still PPKM level 4 is only that. But time by time, the coverage is high by high, and then we have over the 40% now. Yeah. Okay. This is effectiveness level of micro PPKM and PPKM level 4 in South Kalimantan. So because the reason why we have a level 4 is the coverage of vaccination. Okay. This is our capacity about the hospital level. In Banjarmasin, we have 160, and Banjarbaru only 35. Yeah. Okay. This is by the district and city about the capacity of quarantine. Okay. Things was out and mitigate. So the increase of in population mobility and the decreasing of mask wearing and social distancing compliance. So the future exposure third wave due to new variant COVID-19 maybe happen. So we must warn about this. Policy recommendation is a tracing improvement, vaccination acceleration effort for public officers, elderly, vulnerable and general society, and also youth population. Easy and flexible vaccine administration system. Clear schedule and place for vaccination. Vaccination for the elderly category can be carried out through door-to-door or micro-scale vaccination, like RT, RV, yeah. Youth and public officer categories can be carried out through vaccination goes to school and vaccination goes to office. Yeah, we have do this, and we can raise the coverage of vaccination. Vaccination for the general society and vulnerable people can also be carried out through mobile vaccination. Don't forget, it is time to pull the emergency brake. School and workplace holidays, WFO, WFH, WFO, WFH, 24, 70, 25 and 75. Restriction and religious activity, restriction and social and cultural activity, restriction on transportation modes, and this can be modified about this with the health protocol. Now, we came in the new normal adaptation, where the new normal adaptation have a 4 phase. The phase 1, a reduced restriction or green classification of district or city. Phase 2, relaxation of a 9 sectoral fields. Phase 3, province implement new normal based on WHO criteria. Phase 4, implement the new normal of vacation area. And the last one is implementation of new normal in education field. So, after new normal adaptation, effort to adjust new habit that must be done so that people can carry out daily activities, so that they can live safety from COVID-19. This is the new lifestyles. So, health protocol, individual health protection, public health protection, cleaner, healthier, more compliant, to communities live productive and safe from COVID-19. How about individual health protection? We can see the picture. Hand wash, hand sanitizer, consumption, balanced nutrition, wear a mask, endurance, adequate rest, exercise, manage stress, manage comorbidities is awareness for us. And the last one is social distancing. After that, if a vulnerable groups to be pay attention, clean and healthy lifestyle. The principle of prevention and control for COVID-19 in the community is clean hands regularly by washing hands with soap and running water for 40 until 60 seconds, or using an alcohol-based hand sanitizer for at least 20 or 30 seconds. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, mouth with unclean hands. Use personal protective equipment in the form at mask that cover the nose and mouth. If you have a leave the house or interact with other people whose health status is unknown, this may transmit COVID-19. You can see like this, yeah. Someone can spread the droplets for the other. So we have must social distancing about 1 meters and handshake. No touch the eye, mouth, nose, and other. Only you wash your hand. This is the DOL and interim guideline for workplace prevention and control of COVID-19. Stay healthy, keep the workplace safe, explore alternative work arrangement. Again. How about the traditional health ways to increase endurance, like acupuncture and herb, like ginger and the other thing. And we can increase appetite to make the endurance, like the acupuncture and the other ways, like jamu in Indonesia, yeah, okay. So we must have a quality relax and quality rest. So if someone have insomnia, can do with traditional health ways to insomnia, like about the pala, the English, pala with the honey and make the someone relax and can go to sleep. Yeah. Okay. This is the pressure to release the stress. Okay. This too for someone a smoker. Yeah. Maybe reduce the desire to smoke. You can try it. Okay. Yeah, managing mental health and psychosocial mental health condition and optimal psychosocial condition can be improved through positive emotion and positive thought. Positive emotion like happy with how to do activities and hobbies that you like, either alone or with family or friends, taking into account the large-scale social restriction in their respective area, like your to farming and having fun with family, and how about the fishing and another way. Positive thoughts, stay away from hawk information. So now many hawk information, so you can throw away. Reminisce about all pleasant experience. Talk to yourself about positive things, positive self-talk. Be responsive, find solution to events, and always believe that the pandemic will be resolved soon. Yeah.
Halo, kenapa bos? Nelpon.
Next. Managing mental health and psychosocial mental health condition optimal psychosocial can be improved through the positive social relationship, giving praise giving hope to each other, reminding each other of positive ways, increasing emotional bonds in family as in group, avoiding negative discussion, keeping in touch online with family and relatives. So it make we happy. So they increase the endurance of immune system in our body. The principle of prevention and control of COVID-19 in community is also driven. Counseling, screening, campaigns, and disinfection. Detect not critical condition, high risk patient, and respond. Tracing or contact. Tracing, localized at the contaminated area, disinfection, PCR test or rapid test, and patient treatment. How can I prevent COVID? Like the figures. And the last one is vaccination. We know many vaccines in the world, and in Indonesia we have four vaccine, Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and Sinovac. And the future Hanus vaksin Nusantara from the Indonesia. About the Sputnik is from Russia. Okay. This is the first vaccination in Indonesia about 13 January 2021. This is the President of Indonesia, Jokowi, and the President of Indonesian Medical Association, and Banjarmasin, South Kalimantan. In the first time is 14 January. Until now, for the health workers, we have a third vaccination. Okay. Vaccination with vaccine efficacy of 19 vaccination, 66 of the total population. Approximately about over 5 million people will provide herd immunity and reduce the RO less than 1. A minimum vaccination efficacy of the 85% is required to achieve herd immunity at a 70% population coverage. So we have the table about the efficacy of vaccination. If vaccination have efficacy almost 95%, so just only coverage population that have a vaccine about the 63%. But if we have vaccination efficacy only 60%, so we must vaccine the population coverage about 100%. So all the people must have vaccination if the efficacy of vaccination is 60%. This is the herd immunity that determined to vaccination. If someone not have a vaccination, like the above picture, so the non-immune can spread the non-immune again and non-immune again and non-immune again, so happen of disease transmission. If someone get the immunization or vaccination, so he has immune and she can not spread to another, or she block the spread for the another, so the people don't have immune, not infected by COVID-19. And see that the herd immunity is a large group of immunity equal 70%, so that a small portion of 12% who do not have immunity are also protected. This is the aim of the vaccination. So, vaccine goal is help protect the strengthen overall health, and then achieve herd immunity to prevent and protect public health, so can reduce morbidity and mortality due to COVID-19. Can infect the productivity and minimize social economic impact. Now we have the new normal starter pack. This is the adaptation for new normal. So before the pandemic, our starter pack is handphone or many equipment, yeah. But now the starter pack is a mask, and then the disinfectant and the hand sanitizer and the vitamin and the others that we have only for personal, not to share with another. Okay. Okay, this the last one, because the COVID-19 can took our family, our friend, and the others. And the last, I want to give one song, I think, about COVID-19 that has I create and published. Maybe watch the song. This is my song.
Hari berlalu, kapan ini akan berakhir? Hanya Tuhan yang tahu akan semua jawabnya. Pantang menyerah, menyandang tanggung jawab ini. Walau harus berpisah dengan semua yang dicinta, walaupun lelah yang kau rasakan dan waktu yang telah kau habiskan, perjuangan yang nyata untuk harapan semua. Wahai kau para tenaga medis, jangan menyerah menghadapi wabah ini. Lawan COVID-19 dengan taruhan nyawa banyak yang berguguran. Hidup yang penuh keprihatinan, bukan hanya Indonesia, tapi bagi semua. Wahai kau para tenaga medis, jangan menyerah menghadapi wabah ini. Lawan COVID-19 dengan taruhan nyawa, hidup atau mati. Wahai para pejuang kami, semoga selalu dalam lindungannya. Terselip doa di dalam hati, kalianlah sebenarnya pahlawan sejati. Pahlawan sejati.
All right. I surprised, very, very surprised, because the end of your presentation, you saw the video. So you are not only a doctor, but also a composer and singer together in this pandemic era, doctor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the Q&A session. If you have question for the second invited speaker today, you can write down your question on the chat room. Or maybe you can directly raise your hand and you can ask directly to Dr. Rudiansa for our topic about impact of COVID-19 to healthcare system, especially in Kalimantan. Well, before now we are waiting the question from the participant, doctor.
Yes.
I'm very interested with this topic because the impact of COVID-19 is not only in economic sector, not only in politics, industrial, and other, but also in every sector in the world, right?
Oh.
And especially in healthcare system, the impact is one of things that very, very touch the heart is we lost many health workers in the hospital, not only doctor, but also nurses and other health workers.
Yeah.
And of course, can impact the healthcare service to the patient and the number of patients who admit in the hospital, doctor.
Yeah. We know to make health workers is need more time. So, like a doctor, we must spend about 6 until 7 years for a doctor, a general practitioner. And the specialist, almost 10 years. And the subspecialist, about 15 years. I think. So, if we lost one doctor, especially a subspecialist, we lost spend time about 15 years.
So we have to waiting the new subspecialist to have the new one subspecialist during 15 years,
15
something like
years,
that.
And to apply the people.
Yeah.
So I think it's very, very valuable.
Yeah. So that's why this also impact on the healthcare service in the hospital because we we are facing the lack of human resource for hard worker, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I also interested to ask you about the traditional therapy that people consume every day. That you explain, pala is nutmeg,
Yeah.
nutmeg pala, and mixed with the honey, something
Honey,
like that.
yeah.
How is the situation or condition in our community? I mean that in the Banjar people, do they consume this every day to prevent the COVID-19 infection and transmission?
I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we know the resources in traditional about the traditional drug, and again, so I think we can develop this, and we can research how the impact to the COVID-19, but maybe we need the many money, I think, fund, yeah.
So the traditional therapy is more cheaper
Yeah.
if you want to prevent that. And you already told us that now every people, everyone, they bring everything,
Yeah.
like not only eating utensils, but also like vitamin C,
Yeah, vitamin C
and hand sanitizer
sanitizer.
everywhere
Yeah.
if they want to go anywhere.
Yeah. Although we don't have proof,
Yeah.
yeah, also we don't have time to research that, but I think it's important
Yes.
to do that.
Because this is one of new normal adaptation, right?
Yeah.
So this is the new thing that we have to do every day, every time.
Yeah, every time.
Before pandemic, we never want to wash our
Yeah.
hands. Even the government have the policy before and after doing something we have to wash our
Yeah.
hands. But who care? Nobody want to do that before.
Yeah,
But
before.
now we have like a self.
New habit.
Yes, new habits for that. All right. Any question from the audience to our speaker for Dr. Rudiansa? Is there a question for Dr. Rudiansa? All right, we have question from Pak Ihsan.
Okay.
He's from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. And the question is, according to you, will this pandemic become endemic from health perspective? I think it means that can we come back in the normal situation?
I think.
And what will the impact?
But
Yeah.
we know, but it's different
Yes.
from the before. I like that we wear the mask and the habit of the hand wash,
Yes.
and I believe we can go to the pandemic thanks to endemic. Yeah.
So it will be real. Happen in the near future, right?
I think the most important is the vaccination.
Okay.
Vaccination is to make the herd immunity to the people. So this virus is a self-limited disease. So if a virus not infect someone, so they can death in the person. After that, they can infect another people. So if we have herd immunity, the people that have immune can infect the people, and the people can infect the people again. So it's the localized for that situation.
All right. So that's why vaccination is very important for everyone. At least they have to get 2 vaccination, right? So because vaccination is one of requirement if we want to go somewhere, if we want to have flights, if we want to go to the mall, to social area or
Yeah.
something like that, including maybe in our university if
Yeah.
we have the hybrid learning
Learning
process.
process.
So every civitas of university, including students, lecturer, and other officer, they have to have at least 2 vaccine,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
But although it's not the only one.
Yes.
Yeah. The people must make the endurance of the immune system immune in the body, like traditional therapy, and then make not stress. Yeah. So you must relax, so that can increase our immunity. And then we has pasrah diri, artinya, or we lost about anything, just only give to the God.
So it means that not actually there are many aspects, there are many factors that we have to aware, we
Yeah.
have to use every day. It means that comprehensively, physically, psychologically,
Psychologically.
social, cultural, and also spiritual, that we
Yeah.
have to pray to the God,
God.
to Allah, something like that.
Yeah.
Because in the world is not only one single aspect, because there are many aspects that we have to aware about that, right? Okay. Is there question from the audience to our speaker? I think it's clear enough because we already have okay. We have question from Ibu Tini Sugyati. She's from Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Lambung
Thank you.
Mangkurat.
Thank you.
Yes, and the question is, thanks for a nice song, Dr. Rudy. Yes,
Same. Yeah.
I also surprised with,
You're
with
welcome.
this song. Even vaccination is good way to take down the growth of COVID-19 infection.
Many people.
There are many people,
educated.
even well-educated people, worry like Kipi, vaccine negative effect. So they don't want to get the vaccine. This is the reason why people don't want to have vaccine, right?
Okay.
And will you explain for what kind of the support to give this vaccine education or
Yeah.
something like that, especially in community in South Kalimantan, both positive and negative impact of the vaccine, doctor?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I have already to give the information about vaccination in the other groups, like webinar. Yeah. So why the people so worry about the KIPI? We know our children get the vaccination, immunization, and get KIPI every day. Yeah. You know about the vaccination, like name to baby, DPT, diphtheria, tetanus,
Pertussis.
yeah, pertussis. The children get the ticks, get the febrile, and after that include the seizure.
Yes.
So why about the adult people so worry about the KIPI? KIPI just only I think 1 and 2 days, and after all it's okay. Yes, we know about the serious KIPI, but it's only no not not 1%, I think. Yeah. It's a very little.
So
Yeah.
this is small number
Yeah.
for the effect, negative effect.
Yeah. So I think it's I think we don't worry about the KIPI.
Yep.
About to vaccination, so we have a screening about the vulnerable people.
Yep.
So this to decrease or to avoid or to prevent from the KIPI.
Yes. All right. Thank you, doctor. So don't worry about that because even we know about the information about the vaccine, but most people they get the positive impact. Only a few event that face with the negative impact, doctor. So we have to believe that the vaccine is one of way to prevent the transmission, the infection of COVID-19. It's look like not look like, but I think it's similar with another vaccine for children, right, doctor? So why we don't try to get the vaccine because it's very important, and the government make the policy for this for general people.
Coverage.
Yes, not only in Indonesia actually, but
all
all in the
global.
world, all countries in the world. So don't worry about that. Thank you very much, doctor. All right. Any questions for Dr. Rudiansa? Okay. If there is no question, I think it's enough. Doctor, time is
thank you.
up
Thank you.
because we just have 50 minutes for this session, for Q&A session. And on behalf of the committee of the event, as well as Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, we would like to thank so much for you. We are very happy for having you
You're
today
welcome.
to share your knowledge, your experience, because you are facing directly in the hospital for COVID-19 cases in our province. Thank you very much,
Yes,
doctor.
you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, now is the end of session of our second invited speaker. Now we will move to the third invited speaker. Thank you. All right, good morning, almost at noon now. Thank you very much for still stay tuned with us in this international event. Now we still have the third invited speaker. This is the last but not least, our invited speaker. His name is Mr. Bapak Galang Lufityanti, Embassy PhD, and he will deliver his knowledge and experience about individual readiness to working from anywhere, a systematic literature review. Yes. Good morning, Bapak Galang.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, thank you very much, Bapak. You spend your time to join in our event this morning, and I do believe that you will share the very interesting knowledge based on your research. It's about individual readiness to working from anywhere. This is a systematic literature review. Well, before you present your material, let me introduce you first. I'd like to read your CV. His name is Bapak Galang Lufityanti, Embassy PhD. story. I'm sorry. His name is Bapak Galang Lutfianto, MPC PhD. He works in Universitas Gadjah Mada Yogyakarta. Wow, I miss so much in this university. And for his educational background, for Bachelor of Psychology, graduated from Universitas Gadjah Mada Yogyakarta. And for Master of Industrial or Organizational Psychology, the same university for the graduation from Universitas Gadjah Mada. And the PhD program in Cognitive Neuroscience, graduated from the University of New South Wales. And he also got visiting scholars and postdoctoral fellow in the New York University and Harvard University for the visiting scholar. And for the professional title and affiliation, as the senior consultant at Jacaranda Consultant Indonesia, ad hoc consultant at PT Telkom Indonesia, at ad hoc consultant PT Lembaga Pendidikan Perkebunan, and research consultant at Conferry Indonesia. You got 2 awards during 2020-2021, and also get grant and fellowship to the New York University and Harvard University. And the third, the latest publication in international publication is during 2018 and 2020. All right, welcome Bapak Galang Lutfianto. Bapak, you will present your topic, and then we have time 60 minutes or 1 hour for your presentation. And after that, we will continue for the Q&A session about 15 minutes. Now, time is yours, Bapak. Please.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say thank you for to give me this chance for me to share my knowledge and also the experience of my research. So as you probably have seen from the title that I have submitted, that I chose to see COVID-19 in optimistic way. As a psychologist and also neuroscientist, I usually share my knowledge in early pandemic in more like pessimistic way. Like I usually present some like topic about stress and more like and anxiety and more like a lot of like what's it like happening during the pandemic, like COVID insomnia and a lot of psychological disorder. But now, since we are progressing toward hopefully the end of this pandemic, I think we should develop more optimistic way to see that pandemic COVID-19 is actually a way for us to learn what we can do in the future. So therefore, my team and I, we developed some research, and then one of the research that we are still doing right now is to see the eligibility or the promise that maybe in the future we have to reimagine the work that we used to have. Maybe COVID-19 tells us to look back and to find what is the most efficient and effective way to work in the future. So here I'm going to share you this, right? Okay, so the specific topic that I'm going to share in this event is work from anywhere. Well, I used to use work from everywhere, but until Harvard Business Review released an article to say this this thing as work from anywhere. So my team and I, I have several team here. So we work on a specific target. We work on what can we do to make this work from anywhere can be implemented in the near future. For organization, it could be a profit-oriented company or it could be a non-profit-oriented company as well. as we have seen the evidence that work from anywhere and remote working has been applied in like government organizations. So I think like work from anywhere is not exclusive for profit-oriented organization as well. So I think we tended to see this from a more macro perspective to see the possibility that we can learn from best practice. So here we conducted a systematic literature review, and we'll look at specifically at the opportunities and the threat of work from anywhere. So as you can see here that in pessimistic way, when COVID-19 first happened, we experienced a lot of bad things. So this is the downside of COVID-19, that as you can see here, that a lot of people lost their job. Some businesses have been closed down. So like every country in the world has experienced like the loss in terms of income, and we have survived from that one. But in the positive side, we observe that some businesses have developed creative way to get out of this loop. So some for example, in this picture, like a restaurant now investing on the delivery way to like instead of like the more conventional way to serve food. And then it really important, like maybe in Indonesia, like when we have like a lot of like online platform like GoFood or GrabFood and stuff like that, we have less impact on the COVID-19 in terms of like, you know, like the food mobilization or even like transportation. But back in other countries, like I've experienced myself, I mean, like before COVID-19 happened, I was still doing my postdoc in New York University, and I went back to Indonesia, like started just like in March 2020. That was the first pandemic happened in Indonesia. And so I was lucky that when I was in the US, I didn't experience the pandemic yet. But I experienced at a time that it was really hard for me to find delivery food with the economic price. So I mean, like when I was in the US for like 6 months, I missed, you know, like just like pointing out my finger on my application to get food ready and to be delivered in front of my house. But like in New York, I have to cook myself, like my own food and stuff like that. So I think in some countries, they've been struggling to recreate a business model that is adaptable to the COVID-19. But thanks in Indonesia, we have already had a lot of platforms that help us to survive during pandemic. But still also like when business have been struggling with a creative way to do it, still unemployment rate is still increasing. And this is the graph to show that the unemployment rate, especially in Indonesia, has been increasing in the early 2020. So like before it was like around like 5% out of the population is the people who have the age that is ready to work. But now, as you can see here, like during COVID-19, the unemployment rate in Indonesia has increased. But then at the end of COVID-19, so like in 2020, as you can see here, the unemployment rate in Indonesia has been back to normal again. So it dropped from 7.07% to 6.26%. So it has been good news that people are getting back to work. So less people lost their job. But the thing is, like the people who are now applying for job, they're not the same people as they used to be, right? Because like I experienced as a consultant as well, when I recruited people to work in the new company, first question they ask is like, can I work from home? So that's kind of like the question that never been asked before COVID-19. So now that people are more convenient, people are more comfortable, people are more like familiar with working from home, so that they ask that question. So here, like the company then have to think again, like whether it is doable for them to facilitate those people, because like those people who are asking from working from home, they don't ask that because they don't want to work from the office, but maybe they have already been developing the skills to facilitate them to work from home, so that they can convince us that working from home is going to produce the same result as they were at the office. But still, in the managerial perspective, we probably still like concerned about that. We probably like some managers still concerned that if they cannot see the staff at the office, they're gonna be having a problem and stuff like that. So there was some mixed perspective about working from anywhere. So like now it's like these people who starting to apply from like for job, they've been asking like whether they can work remotely. And again, if we look at this is the phase of how organization can survive during pandemic from McKinsey and Company. So McKinsey and Company laid out 5 stages of this is kind of like the scenario or like hypothetical stages for organization to survive during pandemic. The first stage is to resolve. Here is like when COVID-19 happened first time. So the organization should focus on how to deal with employee getting infected of COVID-19. So the first action that most company did is to close the company, to send all the employees back home. Yeah, so that was the first reaction of the company. So the second stage is to resilience. It means like the company now had to survive the the prolonged pandemic situation. I mean, like first they probably thought like, oh, it's probably just only like needed like 2 months or 3 months, so then everyone's get back to normal again. But then we experienced like almost 2 years pandemic, and then maybe for the first 6 months, the company has already been they have realized that this is not short-term action, so they had to think of like how to survive in the long-term action. Therefore, the company had like a different kind of like strategy how to cope with this long-term pandemic. Some company produce a new products for example, like hand sanitizer, like masks and stuff like that. That's like how they survive. How they this is the resilience way to what's it like to cope with pandemic. The third phase is return. It's like when there is a policy from the government, so that like some ratio or like employees can go back to the company again. So like PPKM. Then the company tended to try their best to return the income. So they are usually they scale as quickly as possible their businesses so that they can actually catch up the income that has been suspended during pandemic. And then the fourth stage is reimagination. This is actually the stage that we are on right now. So then the company had to reimagine what's the next normal working pattern would be. So maybe now the company found that actually it's okay for the employee to work from home. Like I work at the university, I'm about to be the vice dean of academic in my faculty, and I had a challenge. I've given the challenge from my dean to to find a way so that the lecturers don't have to go to the campus like every day, so we can combine the hybrid learning and stuff like that. And then we have already measured in terms of effectivity of like learning at the university. We found that there is almost no difference in terms of quality of teaching and learning via online or offline. but we had to deal with the psychological discomfort. But in terms of like what the learning qualities, we found, at least in our faculty, there is no significant difference. So I think we can execute like the hybrid learning system. And then the fifth stage is reform. So this is actually so like if the fourth stage is more like experiment, so we kind of like experimenting many ways so that people can like work from home while we actually, it is now about to be okay for people to go to work to the campus or to the office. But we have like a lot of experiment how if people still stay at home, like the employees stay at home, working from home and delivering the service of the product, whether we can measure the differences of the quality. And then when we have already had the insight of like best practice, so on the fifth stage, we need to regulate the best practice as a policy of the company. So we have more strict, we have more convenient legal perspective that guarantee that people can do this remote working, and there is no threat that is going to happen to them in terms of like the income or like the trust or like organizational issues. So on the fifth stage is very, very important that we put all the best practices during this reimagination stage into rules, so that people will get the legal assurance for that. So based on that, the background of our study is to look at the phenomenon of remote working, because the urge of remote working is growing and could become a standard option in the future. So the change from work from the workplace to work from anywhere may be rough without planning, because like if we don't plan it well, or if we just like do it like without any like evaluation, we can like it can result in ineffective work or more work family conflict and etc. Because like we look back at the early period of pandemic, when the company sent most of employee back to their family, we experienced a lot of high tension in terms of psychological tension. For example, like some people reported that they had like this less sleep, and then well, because they're like suddenly the work schedule is so is so uncontrolled, like out of control, and people even mention it as a term, COVID insomnia. This is kind of like the lack of sleep before because of COVID-19. And also some people experience work family conflict, because when they work from home, it seems like now all of the time in the world begin to collapse into one. So like now it's like you can sit in the dining table while your children doing their homework, and their children need to ask you about their homework, but like you are in the middle of an important meeting and as well. So it's kind of like everything is happening. So it could be overwhelming for some people. So the work family conflict is a phenomenon that also occurs during the early pandemic, because we don't have a strategy yet. We didn't know how to deal with that yet, because it seemed very, very fast moving, this happening. And to look at this issue, we needed to find a working perspective. So we look at a boundary theories. So in the boundary theories, this boundary theory can explain a lot about work-family conflict, and it can explain a lot about any struggle that people experience during pandemic, like COVID insomnia, because it seems like in the boundary theories, it mentioned that people has many boundaries. So here in this illustration, like people have a boundary of self, people have a boundary of family, people have a boundary of community, and you can add it into like the work boundary. You can add it with the work of I don't know, like the boundary, maybe as a religious people and stuff like that. So it's, I mean, like people have a lot of boundaries. And then the conflict happened when each of the boundary collapsed. So each of the boundary cross over into each other. So for example, like in work from home, so there have been like conflicting between a boundary you as a family members and a boundary as you as an employee, because like I mean like at the same time you have to be able to cope with those two boundaries at the same time. It will be different when you have to work from the office when the boundary is very, very obvious. The limit of boundary is very obvious. Like if you when you work at the office, you are like most of your time are going to be dedicated at the office because you have this distance from the family and with the community. But like when you're at home, it seems like everything's getting closer. So you cannot differentiate which one is the boundary as the office and the family. And then especially if you stay in a home, in a house where people have a lot of boundaries as well. So like the class of crossover boundary even makes it more complicated. So we look at the boundary theories to see what's the factors that is proven to be a predictor of successful working from anywhere. And we also learned from the past. So basically, we found the evidence that actually remote working is not only happening during the pandemic COVID-19. Well, the term work from home has been popularized during pandemic, but remote working itself has happened in the past. And then it's basically due to technological processes. So as you can see here, there are generation of work from anywhere or remote working. And if I'm not mistaken, we are already in the fourth generation of remote working. So the first generation is a home office generation, and the second is mobile office. And as you can see here from the table, that what influenced us to change from one remote working mode into another remote working mode is a technology. And also in each generation, there is a generation like in terms of here's we talking about like the age of the population. Here's like in the home office, the working generation that actually drove this work. There's this remote working is mostly baby boomers, and then in the mobile office generation is mostly Gen X, and the virtual office is mostly Gen X and millennials. And now when the generation right now is no office, it is more the millennial Gen Z. So based on that perspective, we try to make it more specific to our purpose. So the research purpose that we wanted to do is to investigate the barriers and supports factors of remote working that inhibit or support productivity or positive outcome. And it has, and then all the literatures that we look at should occur before COVID-19. Well, maybe some people asked why it has to be before COVID-19. Because before COVID-19, using technology is a choice. So people choose to do it remotely, right? Before COVID-19. So as you can see here, it's like there's a theory from David in 1986, technology acceptance models. So this is kind of a models that we usually use to assess whether some people are ready to use technology and to implement this technology to work from home or like work from just like remote working. But now in like during COVID-19, whether you want it or not, you must work from home. So here, like in the COVID-19, there's no voluntariness. So people are pushed, people are forced to work from home. So here we can see that this is unnatural working from home, and then we don't want that. So because this condition is under pressure, because maybe it's against their own will to work from home, but they have to do it. So it can ruin the integrity and the naturality aspect of this work from home issue. So we wanted to delete it from our perspective. So therefore, because we want to see the best perspective of natural remote working, so learn from that, we can get the insight to put that into new model of remote working during the pandemic. So that's the research purpose that we have. But we have also have a future aims. So this is long-term research. So the end of the purpose of our research is to working from anywhere based on the predictor of success in work from anywhere. Experience that in some company, for example, like in manufacturing company, some employees may not be able to work from home because they work with machine and stuff like that, and therefore they still need manual work to run the machine. But some managerial staff, they can work from home. So the top management may find it is difficult to identify which employee can work from home and which company have to work from the office. So they have to, so they need a tools. They need a legal assurance so that they can identify the readiness of the individual. So therefore, our like this research is going to fit on that what's it like establishment of measurement tools, because like when we wanted to develop the tool, we found no working perspectives that we can rely on. So therefore, before that, we kind of like moving backward. We try to find what's the factors that we need to see before we create the tools that we want. So the methods, we use a systematic literature review. And then we collected articles from a recent decade. So we collected articles from 2010 to 2020. Why we just 10 years before or like behind, because we wanted to see this phenomenon from a what's kind of like a similar era and technology, because like we experienced that we now in the fourth generation, like each generation of telework or remote work is driven by technology. So if we collected the article that is way more than 10 years behind, we are afraid that we are going to deal with a lot of research that is conducted with a different kind of technology. So we want it to be in one type of technology, so we can find a similarity and a best practice of that. So this is the steps that we conducted with the Prisma. I think this is pretty. This methodology is pretty famous and familiar in medical science as well, to investigate whether one intervention is valid to cure people disease. So we use this Prisma framework, and we also use quality appraisal to look at the quality of the literatures that we compile, and then at last we use the synthesis analysis. So there are two research questions that we are interested to answer from this research. The first one is, what are the work from anywhere challenges seen from the boundary theories? And then the second one is, what are the barriers and the supporting factors to someone who experiencing telework condition? And then to go to collect it, to collect literature, we had to find the keywords first. So the keyword that is related with working from anywhere, or like telework, remote working, flexible working arrangement, e-work, telecommuter, and work from home. But in the work from home, we try to be very, very careful, because we don't want to include any article that's happening during the pandemic, as I have explained it to you before, because we want to make sure that the nature of remote working is still natural and based on people's willingness to work not from the office. So we also use criteria to do inclusion and exclusion. This is based on the CHIP context, how issues population. Some other perspective to do systematic literature review is using PCHOS, and as well, I'm like, that's like a lot of like way to formulate the research questions, but we chose to use CHIP context, how issues population, because it seems to be this framework seems to be very well relevant to social science that we are having right now. So the inclusion criteria are like, first, experience workplace mobility. So we only include articles that have the inclusion criteria for us to analyze further. First, the article should contains anything about like subject that experience workplace mobility. So here we have to be very careful, because like sometimes they are talking about flexible working arrangement as in terms of hours, or like time. We're not interested in looking at the flexible working arrangement in terms of like working hours, but we want to see it from spatial perspective, or like working from different location, not different hours. And then the second one is employees have like work formally in companies, NGO, and government. Therefore, we will exclude people who work as like informally, like freelancer, student, entrepreneur, self-employed. Why? Because they have more freedom to arrange their working hours. But if you work in companies, NGO, and government, you have to comply with the rules from the company. So therefore, it's going to have a different mechanism as is if you have a freedom to work on your working hours. And the third one is having internal clients. Why? Because if you have external clients, for example, like if you work as a marketing staff, it is very, very useful for you to meet clients outside of the company. So like remote working is part of the job, but we want to know how people that have internal clients, so like you serve the staff in your organization, but I mean like the idea is like it will be easier if you are going to the office and you serve the people in your organization, but you choose to work from home. So it creates some, like kind of like, I don't know, like interesting arrangement if you have to work with people in the office, but you choose not to go to the office. So that's kind of like the idea that we want to see further. And the fourth one is work from everywhere or anywhere because of organizational policy, not because temporary matters. For example, like temporary matter here, it could be like because you have maternal leave, or you maybe have kind of like health problems temporary, so therefore you asked to work from home. So that's not the case. So we wanted to see that these people work from anywhere as a long-term working kind of like scenario. And then number 5 is the journals that are analyzed are only first order, because we only include the journals that contains raw data. So we didn't include journal that is also systematic literature review, because we want the we wanted that the expert or like the author of the journal have like freedom to look at the raw data and interpreted that data directly, not because like they interpret other people interpretation. So that's what we wanted in our article. So therefore, with this inclusion criteria, we had this exclusion criteria. This is like when the article contains of this criteria, we are going to exclude it from the further analysis. So here's like, so we excluded people who work in the informal sectors, for example, freelancers, students, self-employed, entrepreneurs. And we also excluded people who usually have external clients, for example, like doctor, lecturer, librarian, and stuff like that. Because like when they serve other people, external people, sometimes they have to move from the office. So again, to stay with the integrity of this research, we only include the worker who serve other worker in the same company. So the database that we compiled, that we use are from PubMed, Scopus, EBSCO, DOAG, and Semantic Scholar. And then we also try to find kind of like experts on this issue. So we used this application software to find what are the prominent experts in this issue, and we found like the names that usually study on that. And we also tried to find the research record as well that is not mentioned or they're not stored in the database that we had. So we sometimes had to go to the university library to find if there is unpublished manuscript and so on. So based on that, we did the screening. So this is the based on the inclusion and exclusion criteria, we compiled 2,230 articles, and then based on several stages to filter this article, the final stage of the screening give us only 81 article to further analyze. So here's the graph or like diagram or like the prisma. So this is the we started with 2,230 articles, and then at the end we only have like 81 articles that need to be analyzed further. And of course, from 2,230 to 81, we had to do some kind of like reading on at least on the abstract and also on the manuscript to see that the articles are what we actually want. And for the eligibility for the articles, because like among 81 articles, not all of them are equal in terms of the quality of research. Some of the study or research are more superior than others in terms of methodology. So and then we have to be careful as well, because we don't want to get the kind of like the main theory from the article that is not strong in the methodology. So we use the MMAT, mixed method appraisal tools. Is basically kind of like critical appraisal tool to identify the quality of each resources that we had. So this is kind of like the table. So first we had to identify whether this article is using qualitative or quantitative randomized control trial and etc. And we had to read the article and to identify whether they fall into this category or not. All right, so this is the research that we found. That so out of 81 articles, we found. I mean, like before, some people may argue that work from anywhere is only for like developed countries because they have this 5 internet, connection and etc. and working space is very, very common. But we found, here that there are also some country that is based on World Bank economy. It's categorized as a low middle income that actually also accessible from anywhere. So although we can see here that most country that implement work from anywhere are the more developed country, but it's not it's not a must, because we saw some countries that have low middle income also exercising work from anywhere. And then the second research finding is we found that at least there are three boundaries that are relevant to work from anywhere. So the first boundary is individual, and the second is the second boundary is organizational, and then the third boundary is external. So now we are going to look at what's the aspect of each boundaries. So in the individual boundary, we found that there are some categories that comes up in our study. The first one is demographic. So like some articles found that millennial generation adapt better with work from anywhere demands than the older generation. And also education seems to be the trigger of work from anywhere. So like here's like the knowledge worker are more adaptive to work from anywhere. And some article also mentioned the cognitive abilities is a driver for working from anywhere. Here's like the elements is like focus, attention, and flexibility. So here the task or the challenge for people who do work from anywhere is like the ability to maintain focus attention toward accomplishment one task. But in the other hand, they are able to switch tasks. So here's like, you can see there are two skills that sounds to be very contradictory to each other, focused and flexible. So here's like, it is very important for you to be able to move from one task to another. But when you move from A to B, you have to be able to focus on the task B. And when you move back to task A, you have to be very focused on the task A. So that's kind of like what the cognitive ability that is needed to be successful in the from anywhere. The third one is perception belief. So this is basically how you perceive work from anywhere. Here's like a gender bias toward the appropriateness of work from anywhere and perception toward working, perceived personal space. Here's like women tends to think that work is more appropriate for them. They think that work from anywhere is more suitable for most women or like female employees. And some individuals perceive working must involve going to the office. That kind of like the belief that, like some individuals may be very uncomfortable to work from home when their neighbor asks them like, do you work? Because I never saw you going out to the office. So some people consider that if you don't leave the house, you're not working. All right. So and then the third perception that we found is like perceived personal space, because people to avoid the crossover boundary between work and family. Some people didn't want to work from home because they want to have this distinct boundary between working and family. So those people, if they were given an option to work from the office or to work from home, they are going to choose to work from the office because they found difficulty to blend between working and family. And then the fourth element is personality affective. Here's like emotional stability, self-discipline, individual autonomies are required for people to work from anywhere. And then the last one is skill. So this, and then we found very, very like many articles discussing about skills, so skills that are needed for people to be able to work from not from the office. Here's is like, for example, like it's like the strategy, like skill managing boundaries. So like how they can manage the demand from one boundary to another boundary. And also IoT skill, Internet of Things skills. Yeah, there's a stress management skill, self-organization, communication skill, and time management. the communication skill is very it's like a lot of article discuss about communication skill as well, because like, well, they basically say like, if you cannot communicate well, like if you cannot conduct direct communication well, it's going to be a challenge for you to do work from anywhere, because the challenge of non-direct communication is going to be higher than direct communication, because people can get like misunderstanding of your word or like speech. So therefore you have to develop this communication skill before you were sent to home to work from home. And then now we have about organizational boundaries. So in this organizational boundary, there are like 5 categories come up. The first one is good teamwork. So the element is like good relationship, communication, knowledge sharing, more distributed work. So here focus on the teamwork. So if the teamwork support the work from anywhere, if the teamwork have kind of like agreement on what's the working hours should be, then the work from anywhere can happen very well. So, but sometimes like if the team cannot have the, you know, kind of like the regulation on like the working hours, maybe for example, like if one team consists of like 5 people, the first people, they still had to deal with that with his or her children's schoolwork during working hours, so they can only work after the working hours. Is going to create a problem for those who actually want to have relaxing moment, for those who want to end the work before the working hours end. So I guess like all of the problem of the prolonged extended working hours, because we don't have a time management because of a boundary. So therefore we tend to have like desynchronized in terms of working hours. So therefore this teamwork is very, very important to have, the good teamwork. The second one is good remote leadership practice. So here's like basically focus on the leader itself. So if the leader are still keen on their employees to go to the office, because maybe they found it is inconvenience to not seeing the employees going to the office, then the working from anywhere is not going to happen. And then the third one is facilitating organization. Here is like how your organization wants to invest on the technology or like security in terms of communication and stuff like that. If your organization don't want to or doesn't want to invest on that, on the technology that support the work from anywhere, then the work from anywhere is not going to happen. And the fourth one is remote friendly assumption. So here's like we have like, you know, like organizational values. We have like organizational culture, belief, etc. So this is something that is sometimes it's not written. So this is unwritten, but it still influence how we evaluate everyone's behavior at work, right? So here's like, maybe it is not written in the policy, but maybe if one employee can work from home, other employee will find that it is unfair for us because we still had to go to the office, but he can work from home. So therefore, this assumption, like the organizational belief, culture, and value has to be developed so that people can see that there is a fairness in working from home and working from the office. And the remote friendly assumption cannot be well, it is relevant with the regulation. Some people, some company, then kind of establish a regulation of like what the people get extra when they work from the office. At least they will have kind of like medicine, kind of like multivitamin, or kind of like like that kind of like more nutritious food, because they care about their health Yeah. So then and then also, and on top of that, they probably can give the employees who work from the office like more benefit as well. So this kind of the regulation is going to make people perceive there is fairness between employees who can work from home and employees who have to go to the office. And then for the external factors, so this is the boundary that is not captured in the individual and organization. And the external factors, we can it can kind of like tap into like what's the government rules, if there's technology available in the country as well. So this is part of the external factors. The first one is family. Family is something that is outside the individual and organization. So for example, like if even when your company asks you to work from home, if your family doesn't support you, for example, like if the family doesn't support you, doesn't mean that this is about the behavior, but maybe something to do with the physical space as well. Maybe you live in a very, very tiny house that and you don't have a private room to work, so that like the noise from the other family members can distract you to focus on the job. So therefore, like in the family, it's like it's kind of complicated aspect. It's like it's not only the family members, but it's also the physical characteristic of your house and family as well. And the second one is information and communication technology, or small popular with ICT. This is whether in your country or in your area is supported with the decent information and communication technology or not. And then the third one is social. So the social here is like it's more about like the people believe about work. Right. So like so some I conducted some like very very like kind of like short interview to some people, because like when I was back to Indonesia from my postdoc in the US, some of my friends in the US asked me about like how do you cope with the pandemic, and it seems that they are okay with the pandemic because they have this individual culture, so it is okay for them not to see their friends directly relative to us that have more collectivistic culture, and then like like social gathering is part of our culture. So therefore, like work from anywhere could be more difficult for the people from that country. And then the fourth aspect is environment and geographic condition. This is something to do with the geographical situation. So like, for example, like one article mentioned in China, in the area in China, I forgot the name. It's like, it like the contours, like the topography is like hilly contours. Therefore, it's really, really hard for them to mobilize like from one location to another location. So that they prefer to have this the work from anywhere policy. And then the fifth one is government regulation. So the government rules and strategy. So maybe in some countries, they are into sustainable developmental goals and the emission control system. Therefore, they promote working from anywhere as opposed to conventional working arrangement. Because if people can work from their home, they can, they are going to reduce the pollution, what's it like, and then they can also can be more energy saving. So like the company doesn't have to have like this giant building, so they can like use the money for something else as well. So the government regulation also affect whether people are going to do this work. All right. So like, what is the conclusion from the study? So it seems like where we have collected the element that come from each boundary, we tried to do sentiment analysis. We wanted to see whether this boundary are supporting or thinking work from anywhere as a horror, as a problems. And we found that there is a mixed perspective. Well, many articles that says, there are many articles that fall into individual boundary that supports the work from anywhere as well as external, that they are more like permissive to the work from anywhere because of like the sustainable development goals and stuff like that. There are more articles in that falls into organizational boundary that is against the work from anywhere. So here's then it gives us some homework or some insight that work from anywhere is actually a good thing to do. It's probably the promising working mode in the future. But we still found that from organizational perspective, they are still pessimistic about work from anywhere. Maybe they think that it is so complicated to have the teamwork that can see work from anywhere as something that is good to do. Maybe there are some leaders that are still very conventional. They don't see remote working arrangement as an important thing to do, or some regulation that is not ready. There's no regulation about work from anywhere, and there is still organizational culture that doesn't support work from anywhere. So there are still a lot of things to do from the organizational side. So there are some highlights from the individual boundary is the highlight the skill acquisition and the cognitive abilities. Maybe some of you are wondering, well, first, there's evidence that millennials people or younger generation are more supportive to work from anywhere. But there are still more journal look at the skills. So it seems like even if you're not part of the younger generation, but if you have the skill that is required for work from anywhere, the literature said that it is highly likely that you are going to succeed on work from anywhere. So the skill acquisition is still the most important aspect in the individual boundary, and also the cognitive abilities. The boundary organization highlight the organizational culture, teamwork, and leader issues, and they are still fall into the trap of conventional perspective. So they are still they are still more into pessimistic way to see work from anywhere. And then the third one is the external boundary highlight the positive side of work from anywhere. From first, it solves the geospatial issues. Yeah, if the country has a hilly contours, topography, work from anywhere, it's very good for that. And also that if the government has a vision to have the sustainable development goals and green approach and stuff like that. So work from anywhere will save a lot of energy and make the earth better. So I think that's all for the research that we have already conducted. Maybe now I'm going to ask for the questions. Thank you. Okay, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much, Bapak Galang Lutfianto, for your presentation and your sharing regarding individual readiness to working from anywhere. It's a very interesting topic because now in current situation we need this information because most people they work from home, from office, and another places that they want. It's depend on their needs. Well, Bapak, we have Q&A session. It's about 15 minutes, and for the audience, you can write down or you can raise hand, so you can ask directly to Bapak Galang for your question. And we have one question from our participant today. All right, this is the question from our participants. Right. From Ibu Laila Rafiana Said. Is from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. And the question is, Bapak, this is not a question. Okay, this is not a question, but humble request. Well, hopefully Dr. Lufianto may give a workshop on conducting a systematic literature review study and apply the result for theoretical and managerial purposes. Oh, okay, this is request to conduct the workshop or something training for literature review, systematic literature review, or something related those integrative literature review as well, maybe, Bapak. Because this is very, very important, how to conduct a systematic literature review in current situation. Because now, the student also, even we know the bachelor student is not qualified, I mean that it's not competency for the bachelor student to conduct systematic literature review, but in the situation in pandemic era, we give the assignment for our student to conduct this study because it's not appropriate, it's not good. I means that the situation is not good enough if the student have to collect the data in the hospital, in the community. So we also learn, teach and try to inform the student this study. All right, this is not question. Just request to Bapak to maybe to the university or maybe to the faculty of economic and business and economics.
Yes.
Pak Galang, I interest before we hear another question from our participant. I'm very interesting about the readiness of people to work from anywhere because I also have many friends. They don't work from office. They also don't work from home, but they find another places like Bali, like Lombok. That is very very convenient for them for working, and the office is not. The office is give permission for them to work everywhere. So, what is your opinion, Bapak, about this work from everywhere, from anywhere during this pandemic era? For me, I like use both of them. Sometimes I love to work from office. Sometimes love to work from home, and also anywhere that I want to work. How about you, Bapak, for this issue and the situation?
All right, I'm going to answer the last question first. We have conducted a mini survey to the company. And then one of the questions that we asked is like how many days in a week, let's say like everyone has like 5 days working days, yeah? How many days you want to have work, like kind of work from home, and how many days you want to have work from the office. And unsurprisingly, because like we have expected that, like most of people are like they prefer to have hybrid working mode. So like out of 5 days of working days, yeah, they prefer to have like 3 working from home and 2 days working from the office on, or in contradict, like 2 working from home and 3 working from the office. And yeah, so like most of them are choosing that way because they think like in one side they want to have flexibility to choose what's the best methods to execute their work, but like also that, but like on the other side, they also still want to meet their friends. They also want to meet the like the teamwork, because like when you go to the office, you can communicate, you have a fulfillment of your social affiliation needs with your with all of your teamwork, so it makes them happier. So I guess like at least from the survey that we conducted, like people love to have this hybrid work methods. So like 3 days working from the office or from home and 2 days working from the office or from work. But then it could be also problematic for the HR department if we do that, because like we also concerned about the health issues. So then the winning solutions that most of the company use is like having like full 1 week working from home, and following having 1 week full working from the office, and etc. etc. So that is going to be like more like more wise in terms of more like in health uh, uh, issues.
All right, thank you very much, Bapak. Uh, any question from the participant?
In terms
Okay.
of the systematic literature review
All right.
training, actually, in my faculty, Faculty of Psychology, Gajah Mada University, we have this course as well, and it's conducted by Center of Public Mental Health. And usually every semester we have this online training, and then it's open for publics. But if you want to have this specific systematic literature review in terms of, like in like social science, economic context, then you can just send email to us, then we can actually design a workshop that caters your purpose. I believe so.
All right, thank you very much, Bapak. There is no question from the participants, so I do agree that from this result study that the places that we can work is not only from office, from home, but also from telework, remote work, flexible working arrangements, electronic work, work from home, and other many things that we can use during this pandemic era. Thank you very much, Bapak, for your sharing. Your presentation is very, very nice and very valuable for us, this information. On behalf of the committee of this event, the 7th International Symposium, and also the Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, we would like to thank you so much for your sharing, and we are happy for having you today, Bapak, for your material and your experiencing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. We already had three topics from our invited speaker today. And in the second day of the 7th International Symposium, from Professor Stephen Yong-Seng Park from South Korea. And the second invited speaker is come from Dr. Muhammad Rudiansah, MKes SPPD KGH Finasim. And the last but not least is come from Universitas Gajah Mada, Bapak Galang Lupitianto, MPC, PhD. Thank you very much for your joining in our event today. And hopefully this material, this topic very can increase and gain our knowledge and experience in this pandemic era. I'm Agianto, the moderator. Thank you very much for your joining us. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for Mr. Agianto Escape and nurse, MNS PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a quick break to prepare our closing ceremony. Once again, we will remind you that we have a closing ceremony after this, and we will have a quick break after this for about 15 minutes. And don't forget to stay and join our closing ceremony, because I will inform and I will announce the best paper and also the best presenter for today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will inform you. After this, we have a quick break for about around 15 minutes because we will have a closing ceremony after this. And then in the closing ceremony, I will announce best paper and best presenter. We will have 15 minutes for a break, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I will say that we will have 15 minutes break time. And we will come back again for a closing ceremony. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which offer pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students' past academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. The oldest faculty in Lambung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Syariah mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange corner and investment gallery, accounting competency test place, Certified Accountant Test Place, Taxation Center, and Center for Accounting Development. The vision of Lambung Mangkurat University is to realize Lambung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lambung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more. Lambung Mangkurat University proudly present the Second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The Second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management, as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing, becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are post-pandemic on wetland environmental economies, advancing towards a more sustainable and resilient future, social humanities, green economy, enhancing health systems, strengthening human security, adoption of digital technologies, accelerating inclusive digital transformation, accelerating sectoral recovery and safeguarding employment in most affected sectors, integrating digital and financial ecosystem to maintain monetary and financial stability, enlarging investment to empower the informal sector, fiscal reform to strengthen national economic resilience. The international seminar and international symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topic from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Galaxy Hotel Banjarmasin, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. Warm welcome to the Honorable Rector and Vice Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Dean and Vice Dean of Economy and Business Faculty of Lambung Mangkurat University, Head of Center for Journal Management and Publishing of Lambung Mangkurat University, Chairman, and all the members of the committee, invited speaker, all distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to closing ceremony, the second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021, and the seventh International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management 2021. Can I give a big round of applause? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together, and this event about to come to very end. I hope you found the presentation on this conference are informative and helpful. And in this occasion, I will also announce Best Presenter and Best Paper in which already submitted for this event. Before I announce the winner, here are the nominations for Best Paper. Okay, can I hear a bit round of applause again for all the nomination? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, there are over 20 papers that are submitted for this event, and this is the moment that you're waiting for. I will announce the best paper. Start with 5th rank. There are 2 names for the 5th rank. Each of them receive a cash prize, in total 500,000 rupiah. The first at the 5th rank is, give a big round of applause for Rini Rahmawati, Atma Hayat, Ali Wardana, and Asrid Junior. The title of the article is dynamic capability based on quadruple helix synergy to create competitive advantages of freshwater fish cultivation post-pandemic. Congratulations once again. You are sharing the prize with the 5th rank of Best Paper. Ladies and gentlemen, you in this room or who join us in the Zoom, please give big round of applause for L.R. Said and J.R. Faryani. And the title of the article is The Skills Development of COVID-19 Knowledge and Perception Research. Congratulations once again for the 5th rank. We'll continue to the 4th rank of Best Paper for today's event. Receive a cash prize in total 1 million rupiah. Congratulations for Silma, Irfania, Aldipa, and Miska Claudia. Title of the article, The Effect of Organizational Commitment and Quality of Work Life, or QWL, on Organizational Citizenship Behavior During Pandemic in Pedepal, Banjarmasin City. Congratulations on the 4th rank. Continue to the 3rd rank. Okay, I have it in my phone actually. The 3rd rank received a cash prize in total 2 million rupiah. Congratulations for... Can I hear a big applause first? Okay, thank you. Congratulations for Mr. Saiful Hibni, Ahmad Sayudi, and Ranu Wijaya. The title of the article is Integrated Supporting Implementation, the Convergent Path and Contingent Role as an Initiative to Effective Environmental Reporting in Indonesia. Okay. We continue to our second best or second rank. In the paper, sorry, I will check it in my phone once again. Okay. They will receive a cash prize for the second rank is 3 million rupiah. Congratulations for Haji Heriani, Haji Heriani, M. Aulia, Agofur, and Hairunisa. I think H is the name. Implementation of a new wetlands material for the production of the additive triacetin using biodiesel byproducts. Okay, congratulations. Okay, this is the moment that we're all waiting for. Once again, all the paper is equally good. But of course, in this competition, there only be one winner. And congratulations for our first winner in the first rank. And they will receive a cash prize for 5 million rupiah. Congratulations for... Oh, I can see my name over there, but it's not my full name. So it's not mine. Give a big round of applause for Arsis Warmansyah Abbas, Jumriani, Syarif Saharudin, Mutiani, and M. Aditya Hidayat Putra. The title of the paper is Management Potential of Culinary Area to Support Local Tourism. Congratulations! Anything started with a culinary area is a good paper. So it's part of my expertise, actually, a culinary area. Good, thank you very much, and congratulations for the first winner of this event. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. For Best Presenter. I don't have any nomination here, so I will announce it immediately. Best Presenter for 3 presenter receive an appreciation in the forum of cash amounting to 500,000 rupiah. For the Best Presenter, the title of the article is, give a big round of applause for How to Boost Purchase Intention by Social Media Marketing and Product Innovation in COVID-19 Pandemic. COVID-19 case study on Tangguh MSMS in around Queen River, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. And presenter is Sugiyati and team. Congratulations. And Best Presenter in the second room, give a big round of applause for the title of the article is The Mediating Role of Creative Self-Efficacy on the Entrepreneurial Leadership Influences Toward Innovative Work Behavior by Salman F. Insani and team. Give a big round of applause for Best Presenter in Room 2. Last but not least, I will announce Best Presenter in the Room 1, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, the Best Presenter for the last room, give a big round of applause for Mr. Arman and team from Universitas atau Ihsan Gorontalo University, analysis of e-government perspective toward the vision of Indonesia 2045. Okay, you already had all the winner. Congratulations to all the winner. We believe all of you are equally good, and thank you for joining us and submitted your paper for the Second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management. We will seek your paper and we will wait for your paper next year. And I hope the winner of this competition or other winner can join this seminar and also symposium next year. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're next to our next program to give a closing report and to close this conference officially, I would like to invite Vice Chairman of the Committee and Head of Center for Journal Management and Publishing of Lambung Mangkurat University, to Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Abdul Hadi MAGR. Please proceed to the stage. Give a big round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Yes, all rise. Almighty guidance us secondly, I this meeting joyful spend a meaningful time. Christ secondly, I how to say would like a favor for the participant and particular uh, not stop up to have to proceed uh, to publish of seminar and because for the academician like us, publication phenomenal proof for our yeah, I hope we can publish article in seminar proceedings. Have some homework. Committee also. The last but not, I would like to thanks invited speakers. There is down 7 other speakers. Grateful, appreciating so half of Lambu Mangkat close. Alhamdulillahirabbil.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for Professor Dr. Insinyur Abdul Hadi MIJR. This event officially ended. Give a big round of applause for all of us here and give a big round of applause for you who are watching us in or through Zoom. Now, I would leave you with a quote by Stuart Brand, an author and innovative thinker, who once said, "We can see the past but not influence it. We can influence the future, but not see it." Let us be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you again soon in the next International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 and the next International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management. My name is Nurputra Rahmadani. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We'll see you very soon. Bye.
Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which offer pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students' pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams.
Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, para tamu undangan, terima kasih atas kehadirannya pada kesempatan kali ini. Demikian tadi seluruh rangkaian acara pada kesempatan kita pada siang hari ini. Kami persilakan Anda untuk bisa kembali ke aktivitas Anda dan kami mohon kepada panitia untuk bisa bertahan, untuk bisa mengabadikan momen kebersamaan kita. Sekali lagi Bapak Ibu sekalian, para tamu undangan, kita sudah berada dalam akhir seluruh rangkaian acara pada kesempatan kali ini. Kami persilakan Anda untuk bisa kembali ke aktivitas Anda dan kami mohon kepada seluruh panitia untuk bisa bertahan dan juga berfoto bersama. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh tamu undangan yang sudah berhadir pada penutupan acara siang hari ini. Kami persilakan Anda untuk bisa kembali ke aktivitas Anda. Kami mohon kepada seluruh panitia untuk bisa bertahan, untuk bisa mengabadikan momen kebersamaan. Terima kasih.
Computer Laboratory, Statistic Laboratory, Syariah Mini Bank Laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, Accounting Competency Test Place, Certified Accountant Test Place, Taxation Center, and Center for Accounting Development.
Panggilan untuk panitia untuk bisa bertahan, kita berfoto terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi panggilan untuk panitia. Dan kepada teman-teman adik-adik mahasiswa, kami ucapkan terima kasih atas kehadirannya. Bisa kembali ke aktivitasnya masing-masing. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih atas kehadiran adik-adik mahasiswa yang sudah berhadir pada kesempatan kali ini. Dan bisa kembali ke aktivitas masing-masing. Kembali kami undang kepada seluruh panitia untuk bisa bergabung berfoto bersama.
University in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international schools, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference
panitia
writing,
semuanya,
book exhibition,
Mahasiswa juga, silakan.
workshop on writing
Panitia
and
mahasiswa.
managing international journal scripts,
Foto di luar.
managing
Oh enggak, di
publisher,
sini.
known as Lampung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more.
Silakan buat mahasiswa-mahasiswa, silakan. Panitia mahasiswa. Yang lain terima kasih buat mahasiswa yang lain yang sudah berhadir. Untuk peserta harap bertahan sejenak, kita nanti foto dulu ya. Untuk peserta.
Pisang silat tanamlah babaris, babaris tabang pambambang, halang makan, tabang pambambang, halang makan. Dahalat gunungnya babaris, babaris hatiku dandam, halang makan, hatiku dandam.
Silakan kepada para mahasiswa yang hadir dan para dosen peserta lainnya untuk bisa bergabung. Yang kami akan berganti, silakan buat para peserta silakan buat para peserta untuk bisa berfoto terlebih dahulu.
Malam tadi pemimpilah datang, mimpi datang rasa bapaluk lawan si Adi, rasa bapaluk lawan si Adi.
Ayo silakan untuk bisa diisi yang di belakang.
Lampung Mangkurat University proudly present the Second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The Second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lampung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management, as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing, becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lampung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event, emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are Post-Pandemic on Wetland Environmental Economies, Advancing Towards a More Sustainable and Resilient Future, Social Humanities, Green Economy, Enhancing Health Systems, Strengthening Human Security, Adoption of Digital Technologies, Accelerating Inclusive Digital Transformation, Accelerating Sectoral Recovery and Safeguarding Employment in Most Affected Sectors, Integrating Digital and Financial Ecosystem to Maintain Monetary and Financial Stability, Enlarging investment to empower the informal sector, fiscal reform to strengthen national economic resilience. The international seminar and international symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topic from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world.